Donner says everything points towards April cut. So just what we said earlier on, the Connor stream piece now being put out by the main Newswise here.
Good morning, good morning. Hope everyone is doing well. Doing all right. How about you?
Zelensky says Ukraine does not consider UN mission as alternative to foreign contingent or security guarantees.
All right, let's clean up this ES chart.
Stoner saying increase in German bond yields is a reason to cut rates.
Hmm. I'm not incredibly confident in either direction here. More so downside feels a bit better until we can get over this guy and show that they're no longer present. Or I think that we just kind of absorb into this over and over again. But we'll see here in a second. We've got news, so maybe that'll affect it. But we need to really recover this low, or we expect these guys to just kind of get absorbed into
We
this.
have posted out the Quantistream interview with ECB Stornras.
See if we can regain that low and then trade in this range that we've been trading in for the last couple days. Or if this is going to continue to fail, right? So we had this big ol' gap down below it. But in Globex, we respected it quite a bit and held between our low and our mid before this large breakdown. So we need to see bids really try here. And we can see that they are. They're trying. We just need to now see them hold it. If we can hold it, right, something like this, develop it out, we can then rotate up to 820. And that would just be a retrace of this balance. So what we're watching for here is
says Doge and federal reforms and funding cuts could affect some U.S. corporates.
What we're watching here is for acceptance back into this balance, right? So we can consider this an auction that took place. And we need to see a very clear buyer start to sustain back above this 770 to 750. If they can do that and kind of flag it out here, we should be able to trade up to 820. If this fails, right, then we're going to be in my bearish mindset where this is just going to be sell side absorbing buyers off of a failed breakout, and we're going to then rotate back and use this range again as resistance and then push, right, trapping all of these buyers who are trying to push us back up in this balance above. Does that make sense? So really important that we see buyers try to step up and hold the 70, just like I wrote in chat, and show interest back above this low, right? So there's good buying happening so far. As long as that's continuing to maintain and we don't see a step back below 50s, we should be able to at least trade to 820. But if these guys really start to get hammered and we don't see any upside progress and we see sell side get a bit more aggressive, we're going to have to watch for sellers to take advantage and rotate us back down. So super important area. See what we can do. Even a rotation up to 820 isn't overall bullish. It's just a short-term rotation on a recovery of our previous balance, right? So we're just going to keep that in mind that we then have to deal with this 820, 840 area above. But right now, 770 holding well.
We get the Eurozone consumer confidence flash.
Let's see how they do.
By -13.6.
Mm-hmm.
10 seconds.
News in 10. Again, target is 820. Expect a bit of sell side pressure into 805, but if we don't see that, it should just be an immediate pop to 820.
Still waiting.
Watching Russell for lost momentum here into 69.5.
-14.5, -14.5, lower than the forecast of -13. We have posted out the Eurozone Consumer Confidence March 2025 prelim report on the feed for you to read through. So Sunrise still sees 2 more cuts in 2025 and a terminal rate of 2%. So according to the Wall Street Journal, Musk leaves the Pentagon after talks about China and technology. So Trump awards Boeing next generation fighter jet contract worth billions, according to a source.
It's the middle of the news candle. So I just took the high and the low off of the JPEL candle that we played, I don't know, 2 days ago. And then the mid was the reactive point where we saw large positioning happening. It's just a simple level. But it's nice to understand like how positioning is happening around that area.
Just with that news there, Boeing did see a move towards the upside there.
When you think about where buyers and sellers, we've had this conversation on the day of, but when you think about like how liquidity pulled away from the market and all of that kind of shifted into like two main areas where there was like large amount of buying and a large amount of selling at the highs and the lows, right? Like those are two areas now that have shown they were willing to buy on buy at those lows of the news candle, and then we rotated all the way up and broke the highs. So it's an area that I really care about because if those buyers who were interested on the interest rate decision day, right? We were below it and we started to show acceptance below it, like they're offsides, all the people who are positioned there, right? So I need to know if we care still about this low or if value has shifted further.
So Lockheed Martin
Right, so this is
shares
why we
raised
really
gains
want to be
for
paying
fiscal
attention
season.
around the 770 and trade to the at least the 820, because if we start to see this positioning happen again, that means that these guys are looking to position around this again and get acceptance back into this balance that we've been trading in for the last couple of days. So to me, that's just a pretty solid level of interest where when we break the lows, like we can see what happened into these lows previously, right? So we saw really dramatic bids off of them that rotated us back up. So what happens now when we gap down below it and we come back into it? So that's the question that we're asking ourselves right now. And we want to see if this can now act very similarly to how these previous lows have held and rotated away from. Can we find this acceptance and see this flagging occur? Can buyers hold above this and rotate us up, right? Or is this going to be a trap where buyers are attempting to rotate us back into this balance and push up, but sell side is strong enough to absorb, right, into these highs and then rotate us back to break the higher lows and then lead down aggressively, trapping these guys off sides as a new catalyst for another down leg. So it's a super important area just based off of previous positioning, and we're watching to see if they can find acceptance here again or not. Hopefully that's helpful. Offer is trying to flip here at 90. I don't know if they're going to be able to win it out though. I'd love to see a rotation down into the 70 again and see if we can hold. But if this 90 guy gets off sides here and can't push price down, then we're going to be looking for a retest back up into our 800, 805. We're seeing a buyer step in now above 90 off of that failure. We're seeing if they're getting absorbed or if we can see a secondary push from them. This 90 level is quite the battle right now.
Lockheed shares extend decline to 5%.
Coming down into our support here, potentially. We're watching to see if buyers are present in this yellow zone. It's 55 to 70. We want to see a pretty quick bid, and then a rotation over 805 for confirmation if it's going to happen. Sellers were able to absorb buyers into that 90. Pretty clear on footprint. Now watching to see how we retest into our 15-minute VWAP here. See if we can find a bid, or if this breaks below, trapping these guys up here. We want to see a very clear willingness to then offer this if it's going to go down, and then hold this pivot. Downside target, if we don't see a bid step in here at this like 55.60, is going to be 715-ish. Somewhere around here. $30 seconds till new 15s. Two seconds till new 15s.
Williams, with more commentary, saying watching UMich inflation data, says it moves around a bit. Risks to inflation and employment goals have both risen. A lot of scenarios are plausible amid high uncertainty, and median projection in SCP seems reasonable. Essential long-run inflation expectations remain anchored. Trump changes point to lower growth and more unemployment. Tariff effect may be short-lived, but still unclear. So, John Williams speaking to reporters here. Also, Williams saying central bank is not in a hurry to make next monetary policy decision. It has become harder to forecast the outlook now, and it's essential to keep inflation expectations contained. And just reiterating that I can't say yet what the clear impact of tariffs will be on inflation. How the Fed responds to tariffs depends on many factors. And central bank has gotten more clarity on Trump's policy agenda.
You should be like half risked off if you are playing off of the reoffer at 55. Might potentially have one more leg down into that 15 itself. Unsure. I think we might see a reoffer of 60, 65 here before that happens. Russell found its low at our 30-second opening range, so just gotta respect that bounce off of the double top that we did that led to this momentum down. Found our bid here. Now watching to see if we can recover this balance to rotate through this, or if this is going to be our offer for a continuation further down, right? So just keeping an eye on this as our reoffer with this Russell bounce. If this also loses momentum for a lower high and another lower high, right? Then we can continue down.
The two tankers subject to US sanctions set to offload in Syria's Banias this month, according to data. Oil tanker
This is
Aquatica
pushing into secondary target
leaves
here
Banias
on
port on
NQ
Thursday,
off
according to
of
the
the
local media.
Russell failure at 65s and our push and hold below 55s. Again, just coming into our
Also, Russia
target
set
here.
to supply 200,000 tons of Arctic
See if we get a
cargo
bit of
oil to
relief
Syria
or
for
if
the
this
first time.
flips. I think bid here at this 15 to 20 makes a lot of sense for short term, and then we look for a seller to try again into like 39 to 50. But if this flips below and we don't see an actionable buyer here for at least a bit of relief, then rotations back down to like 680 make a lot of sense. Right, so something like this, and then hold for the full rotation back down. So really paying attention here now that we've gotten the initial flip. What do we do? I'd ideally like to see a bit of a slight bid here, a retest of this seller again, who's positioned around 40 to here, and then a push down like this. But that's only if we get this relief. See what happens on Russell. Use that. Immediate bounce off 15s, rotation up. Watch to see how the offer reacts here into 40. Good area to take off a little risk if you are scalping. Look to see if sell side absorbs here.
30-year UK gilt up about 9 basis points of the day at 5.3015, well, 5.3015 highest in the week.
There's that offer at 400 that I was talking about, off of the bid at 15s. Crazy. We'll see if we get the flip below or if there's anything that changes. Sell side looking like they want to push this thing down again. Need to see a clear bid above 30. This 30 to 40 for anything even resembling buying. This is what our current 15-minute candles look like, just to give you a perspective. So there's a lot of pressure into this low. ES and NQ just holding POC, rotating back up to our seller here at 30 to 40 on NQ, watching to see if that absorption can continue to occur. For more downside, we need to see ES and RTY reject our value highs here. If we don't see that rejection at our value highs on the daily profile, downside is very limited. But if we do, then we have the full range below us. So it is super important that we see pretty clear rejections, right, of these areas on ES, and then a push below our day open and POC for that next leg down. Same thing on RTY here. If this flips to supportive instead of resistance here, it's going to really impact our downside potential because the last two moves have been based off of Russell's kind of weakness or strength. We've got a lot of people positioning here on NQ that can be torn up on either side, especially if we start to build above 30 to 40 on NQ and can sustain. So really keep an eye on these pivots on ES and RTY.
Is out on the feed for you to watch.
Russell looking above, ES attempting to look above, see if they can bid it. And same thing on NQ. You need to see a buyer here. It's like 30 to 40 if we're going to flip. And then it's just a rotation up to 55, our value high edge. We watch to see if the seller's positioned there.
Trump says SBA will handle student loans.
Trump is starting to talk, so careful with positioning. Portfolio. Russell leading up with ES off of that flip of our value edge, NQ lagging. What? RTY retesting our value edge. This is again value high on our daily profile on
Trump says
Russell.
US Air Force moving forward with
ES rejected value edge
65%.
high and is now looking back below. Pretty bearish if we hold this with these guys trapped. Watching to see if Russell can find a low. If not, then this is just going to have been a trap and a pushback down. NQ, again, lagging. Was never able to get back over our value high at 55. And we are still just ranging here below our 15-minute VWAP.
So that'll be US Air Force proceeding with the F-47 fighter jet.
I have no clue. I said value edge like 17 times in the last 10 minutes, so I don't know which one you're referring to.
And Air Force will award jet contract to Boeing.
NQ is just like very clearly trading imbalance between our POC and our value high. We need to see a very clear look below POC, right, for that continuation down and that flip, and then we can rotate down to our value low. If that continues to just maintain here with weakness on Russell and ES, then it's like more than likely that NQ rotates down instead of up. So we're just watching RTY and ES to kind of lead for NQ in this. It's lagging a bit compared to those names. But we're just chilling at VWAP on NQ. So, and I mean NES as well, to be honest. But we have a bit more of a better structure than other names for the short term to determine direction. Just another VWAP bounce here on
Trump says
NQ.
new fleet will be built over the next couple of years.
Value edge test here again on ES. This is what I'm referring to when I say VWAP and POC, by the way. This, let me make it orange so it's very clear. We need to see a look below this and then hold.
Trump says allies also want to buy them. US's Lockman to go to Belgium and Croatia to talk LNG exports. SEGSEF currently speaking at the press conference now in the Oval Office.
Oh boy. Again, I'm looking for one more leg down into 680. Watching for a bounce here at 700, and then a reoffer of VWAP as resistance, and then a continuation down if it's going to happen. Rustle into VWAP here. Pushing into target now. Let's see if we get any relief here into our low. Retest to 700s. Is your first bearish response. Let's watch our value low edge here on NQ. Looking to see if we find any relief here, and then we look for a reoffer into this pivot, and then that can potentially lead to more downside if we can't flip it. And see that offer on footprint as well. Again, this is just our value low in previous high on NQ, so a little relief here is to be expected, which is why it was our PT at 680. Now we see if we have more sellers than buyers and when they're willing to continue this downtrend. $40 seconds till new 15s. Secondary target would be a push down into like 650, 645. If we do get it one more leg down. You can just visualize this with a very clear just channeling, right? Into our 30-second opening range low.
Philadelphia Semiconductor Index falling 2.1%.
See if there's a strong offer here, or if we can flip back over. We'd want to see view up and our halfway back hold as resistance. Your most the worst response we would get is pop back into this POC of previous candle here, and then basically catch trap buyers here, and then we look back below. So this is what we'll watch for, just in case this just immediate reaction into VWAP doesn't sell. Watch for a reaction into POC of previous candle into 25. But as of right now, I'm thinking sell side tries to win this out. Again, if secondary bids try to step in here and pop it, we're going to need to see follow through over 25 for actual clarity.
S&P 500 materials sector declines about 2%.
This was our full move on ES, by the way, into target. I'm just going to delete this now that this is played. Bounce star, 30-second opening range low. With NQ also going to that full target. So now it's just a matter of, can we continue these lower highs in our channel down that we're doing? Just like we've already demonstrated on NQ. I can do the same thing for you as a visual aid. It's just a very clear channeling down. Until we break this and show a bid back above, again, like it's gonna be rough for buyers. Need to get back over 74s and show clarity there. Just like above 25s and the ability to hold there on NQ. Right,
CBS
because
says US team to meet Ukrainians on Sunday in Riyadh.
because absorbing here doesn't really change
Also,
our
according to the
outlook.
Financial Times, used to probe China telecom firms on US restrictions concerns.
Like, oh wow, there's absorption into VWAP. Who could imagine that, right? We need to see a very clear look above and then a bid up, or this is just going to be people reloading positions into a very important line, right? Our volume weighted average right now from a look below. No break of downtrend. All we did was bounce our 30-second opening range, which is like what we expected. So now we need clarity either above or below.
Huawei, ZTE, and China Telecom are among companies targeted by a new FCC investigation. So the Federal Communication Commission is investigating several telecom companies over concerns that some of them are ignoring restrictions on their operations in the US. The regulator says it had opened a sweeping investigation into Chinese groups that also include ZTE, a big telecoms equipment provider, and Hikvision, the world's largest maker of surveillance cameras, also targeting China Mobile International USA and the US subsidiaries of China Telecom and China Unicom. Trump says NATO is solid, strong, and have to treat the US fairly. Adding that I am having good discussions with Zelensky and Putin. We have also posted out the FT piece on the Financial News feed about China telecoms. Trump says Putin is worried when the US is involved. Trump says, I hope we have the confines of a deal with Ukraine and Russia.
So if you took a log scalp off of our 80 target, this has to be your risk off. If we can bid here and hold, then you can hold for a secondary move. On this look back in, secondary target would be
aircraft carriers to the Middle East next month.
Why can't
AP
select
citing US
anything?
official and warship movements.
Secondary target would just be our value high edge, right? And then we look to see if we get continuation up. If they trap here, which is what we were suspecting,
France
we have to
said
look
float
below
US
700s
using-
here for sellers,
France
and
said
then we
to float
rotate down.
Using EU's most powerful trade tool on the US. So again, France said to float using EU's most powerful trade tool on the US. Seeing a downside from the euro, and so again, downside from the euro off the back of that line there. France said to float using EU's most powerful trade tool on the US.
So no ability to bid above so far. We'll see after this volatility candle what happens. But that 25 held very strongly. Now it's just a matter of does this bid at the lows hold? And can we retrace it? Or is this going to continue to show as resistance? It's a really hard area to short into the low because it's our 30-second opening range, mid to low on ES and RTY, right? So it's a very strong support at our day open.
So from this here, France wants
Need to see a very clear look below.
Consider deploying its most powerful retaliatory measure against the US for the first time ever if Trump uses tariffs to unfairly force a bloc into policy change. France has joined a small group of EU nations that believe the so-called anti-coercion instrument, a tool designed to strike back against nations that use trade and economic measures coercively, should be on the table, according to people familiar with the matter. Even if it isn't the preferred course of action, one of them said.
They said it right above that post. Oh, I hate rotating around VWAP. It's so boring.
Trump says Musk was at the Pentagon to discuss costs, and Musk was at the Pentagon to address costs and Doge.
RTY rejecting our value high edge.
Euro extending days decline, briefly dropping below $1.08.
Like, we have shown zero interest above our 50-minute VWAP so far. Zero. We're just waiting for Russell to break in a direction for actual movement.
Trump on China tariffs says we can talk. So again, Trump on China tariffs, we can talk. Trump reiterating April 2nd will be Liberation Day. Trump says now some of that money will come back as tariffs. Trump touts the NVIDIA investment announcement.
Fed seconds, still new 15s. No change in our ranges. Choppy, boring. Nonsense. Just Russell rotating between our value high edge, holding our anchored VWAP resistance, and rotating from our low at our 30-second opening range in between these 2 points, giving us oscillations. Need to see, again, very clear look above and hold above this, a shift of our anchored VWAP value, and a hold of our value high for upside. Or we're going to continue to just chop in this range, bearish underneath our 30-second opening range, and day open as resistance. Until then, we continue to chop. Same thing on ES, holding our day open right now, 30-second opening range, right, and our value low. We need to see a very clear look below this for more bearish action, or this node is just going to continue to build out. For anything bullish, we need to see a very clear look over 74s, or this is just going to be a bear flagging action where we're putting in higher lows, but our overall resistance is above us, and it would just be a re-offer into this balance here, resulting in a look up and then rotation through. So not great for larger moves, but very clear balance right now.
Trump says that I will speak with China's President Xi.
Really? That's it? The volatility in this area is disgusting. Test into our value low, immediate bid found. ES and RTY also finding our bid in our yellow zones. And Q just finding a bid at our value low. Very wiki action.
Trump says a lot of people are asking for tariff exemptions.
When we have volatility like this, you want to be using less leverage, so less size, and larger stops.
Trump says
or you're going to just get stopped out, and then all of your gains are gone, and you've liquidated your account while we're frustratedly trading in a garbage range. So understand that you either need to be patient
kind of repeated what he
or
said about the flexibility bit. Trump says basically it's
I'm muting this guy. It's actually saying nothing important right now. Server muting him for right now. You need to understand that this is just going to wick you out over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Wait for either a better setup or trade less size with wider stops. You need to get out of the habit of thinking you always need to be in a trade and being right. You could be right here and still get wicked out 17 times and blow up your account. Yes? So please understand that until this action is done and there's actually someone moving the price in a direction, you are at the mercy and whims of random garbage Trump slap. Yeah? Okay, I'm unmuting the bot. Bid stepping into our offer here into 50. No flip, just deviation away from view up. We've done a deviation away from view up in either direction. So this is just resistance if we're going to continue to trade in this balance on NQ. 55 is your deviation high, 680 is your deviation low, and your VWAP is at 720, right? So it's just a deviation in either direction. We are chopping.
US 5 to 30-year yield curve near 60 base points, the steepest since September 30th. Trump says no leniency for Tesla vandals.
I honestly don't mind a short if we look into 70 and then look below 50s again for a full rotation down. If this holds though, don't do it. We want to see that stop below. Sorry, that look back below 50. But if we do this, then this would just be, listen, we're doing a deviation away from VWAP. So we have a VWAP here at 720. We have our deviation high here at 55, and we have our deviation low here at 680. So if this holds, right, then we're just going to be rotating back down, with this being our first PT at 720, and then this one being our low. If this is able to bid here and then hold, then we go up. But if we trap here, then this is just the top of balance, and we're looking for a seller to step in for a lower high off of this move. So just keep that in mind that if we dip back below this 50 to 55, then rotations back down to 720 and then 680 are pretty likely. If we're able to develop here at this 55 to 70, it's the same as before, where we're just looking for rotations back up. So we'll keep an eye on here and see how it works. Watching for Russell to lose momentum into our news low. Same thing on ES. If we don't lose momentum, right, then it's just, again, upside.
Trump says we're going to build plants in the US to avoid paying tariffs.
Those plans aren't going to be done until you're out of office.
So Trump saying build plants in the US to avoid paying tariffs. Not a fan of the CHIPS Act.
Imagine being Intel. You've like worked the last like 7 years trying to get this CHIPS Act thing done, and all of this money coming in to build factories here, and then Trump comes in office and he's like, you know what?
Trump just reiterating April 2nd tariffs.
No thanks. You gotta actually, we're done giving you money. You gotta finish it yourself. And it's like a half-finished factory. Unlucky.
Trump
No,
says,
I don't.
Lowering car tariffs. It's nice.
But I understand how a VWAP band works.
Trump criticizes non-monetary Europe tariffs. Adding EU is very tough. Whatever they do to us, we do to them.
Huge. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Sven. Like, that factory is just screwed.
Heathrow says he hopes to run full operation tomorrow.
This is the same place where we absorbed buyers last time. It'll be incredibly important if we can build back above here. If they absorb here again, then we're looking for offer to step below 790s, just like the last attempt, and then rotate us back down to 750. It's super important that this this guy who is absorbing here is able to fail, right? Sorry, this is bad wording. This is the balance that we were talking about earlier, right? This is where we saw absorption the last time we were here that rotated us all the way back down to our 30-second opening range. It is important that we see buyers hold this and rotate us up, or
declines after Trump says
the same thing that happened last time will happen again.
It is a repeat of what he has said in the past before, but just markets reacting to it again.
Bid is attempting.
Zero stocks parent declines after Trump comment on tariffs. S&P 500 last down 0.48%.
Again, as long as like 790, 800 is holding, I don't see a problem looking for longs. If we start to flip that though, that's when things become a bit worrisome because it's just going to be a rotation back to our 15-minute VWAP at 760. So really pay attention to see if we can build here and if that flip occurs. We have a lot of room to retrace if failure happens here. Offer attempting to step down after a double top into our high on the shorter time frames here on NQ.
So that concludes Trump's event at the White House.
Thank God. Took off a little risk into 820. That's our news candle mid off of the pop and hold back over our news candle low. Secondary bid stepped in at that 90 to 800 on NQ. We're able to flag there, just like we talked about. Now watching to see if we can get over this news candle mid here at 820. We can continue to build here. Upside seems pretty likely. Just want to show actual responsive bids continuing to push this up. Over 840, we can start to rotate higher. So again, this is a great first risk off. If we can start to build over this 830, 840, then we start to rotate these ranges that we've been trading previously and start to rotate back up into our news candle high. I'm expecting that there's going to be some selling pressure here into this 30 to 40, and then we're going to have to flag it again, just like we did at 790 to 800. But it should be short-lived, and then momentum will carry us higher, just to build this area out a bit. This is almost... I mean, if you're playing only off 790, 800, you're very profitable. I'm out one more here, one contract left, 799 average. Again, this is what we see on footprint here of why we can make that decision bidding off that 790, 800, right? Do we see the flip from where that absorption occurred and that seller pushed us down from the last attempt? From 790 when we absorbed into there and then seller stepped in and then aggressively rotated us down. Look at how the bid flipped it on this most recent candle where this became our supportive hold, right? We created a shelf on our profile and then we were able to support this for that rotation up. Very different price action. And again, that's why 90s is our invalidation, where we would then be looking for sellers to step down, because that is what happened the previous attempt we were here. I'll put it on the big screen. Right, this is what we watched for last time when we were here, is this look above and then the look back below. And it's what we talked about again, which is we knew seller was identified here off of this look above, and then we shorted this push down. What we see here now on this new 15 is the same thing, a look above, but a supportive bid holding us into our 90s and then pushing us up, right? It's a very different look than this last attempt where sellers were able to hold the highs. We're actually seeing secondary bids step in here above and rotating us higher, and we're seeing a continuation of that bid. So it's a very clear flip of this supply to now a new demand. Yeah, 870 is a great target. The 60 to 70 was that buyer that was offsides before. News candle high is 878. So anything within this 60 to 80 range is a great risk off. See if we can hold 20s on retest or a higher low. We've got stacked imbalance or demand, right, at this 20 to 30. So we'll just keep an eye and see if a flag can form here, basically, and hold this liquidity and rotate us up higher, or if that'll flip after taking in this and then rotating down. Yeah, it is very annoying. That's why I switched off of the Thinkorswim platform. They have a thing called oh, no, not Footprint. They've got a decent market profile with the monkey bars. I think that's what it's called there. But the Footprint is very lacking. I used to be a Thinkorswim enjoyer. I used to write ThinkScript for it, but it's just they refuse to update it, which is really annoying for modern tools. It's such a great platform for scanners, and the customization is great, but like it's not great for order flow at all. At all. You have to switch over to something like Sierra charts. It usually shows up around like 12:30, 12:40. It's fun. But who knows? This is basically target here, guys, into 870. Either move stops up or take some profit. This is our news candle high on NQ. We are in a very solid trend. We were able to hold our 30 to 40 and get that bid and push up. Great trade. Yeah, it sucks that it's not as good, but you just have to develop out. I'll try messing with the trading view settings a bit more to see if I can get it a bit closer. But yeah, it's definitely not as good as the Trade of 8 one. And it probably never will be. But there's a lot of strategies that you can still create using it. Like everything that we caught so far in like what we've seen was we were able to see the same, like it's the same thing on our footprint chart. So here, first of all, I'm just going to show these dots represent the deviation high that I was talking about, and this is the deviation low, and this purple line is our VWAP, just to give clarity on what I was referring to before. So we are holding our deviation high on our 15-minute footprint right now, and we are pushing up. But what we cared about is that this is our ADR on NQ, and we are holding that as supportive. We were seeing sellers getting trapped here, and we were able to build above our POCs here at the bottom on this footprint candle. So just a very nice consolidation at our lows, and we weren't sure which way we were going to go from this because our 15-minute VWAP was holding as resistance. But as soon as we start to see sellers trapped at lows, an active bid willing to step over our 15-minute VWAP and hold this, then we can look to play upside to at least, our POC here in this absorption. Once we see that there's a bid that's willing to step over the absorption that was happening before, right? This is first target. So the bid and hold over our VWAP was our first signs of a energetic move to our deviation high from our 15-minute VWAP, which is, again, here, into our absorption. So this becomes our first target. And then when we start to see sellers getting trapped, which is what we're seeing here, and a bid absorbing these sellers above our previous absorption, we then look for a secondary energetic move, right, with acceleration and a continuation to our upper target. So like the same things can be seen, they just are a bit noisier. Here, let me change this to a line, so maybe that's a better visualization. I just think it's a bit messy.
Good morning, quad witching enjoyers.
Morning.
What is up? Yeah, a nice little lift here, huh?
Yeah, I don't know how many people caught it. Hopefully people caught at least the secondary move. It was pretty rough before that, in that consolidation at the low.
Yeah.
Just
Be
like,
very interested to see how this afternoon is. If we actually get movement. Or if it's just garbo.
I'm expecting a call at some point in the next, like, 2 hours, 3 hours. So I have no clue when they're actually calling, but I've got a meeting then, so I'm going to be muted for, I don't know,
Yeah.
15 minutes, 30 minutes.
No worries.
Israel, the UN envoy tells UN Hamas can come back and negotiate or wait and watches leadership fall one by one.
I think that this area is a good spot to risk off, Sparrow.
Do I think this is a short zone? I mean, I took profit here on my long here, but I don't think that you should be shorting until you see a seller and a break of our uptrend, where you're setting yourself up for failure.
We talked about this a lot last week, Sparrow, directly with some of your stuff, and some trade reviews. This is definitely like a trade to, not trade away area. You have no inclination that we're going to sell away, other than a personal bias and hope. And if we do sell away, you have like really good ES, NQ, and RTY structure here with these LVNs where it'll be very clear if a value shift occurs and you're giving up a couple points to be right versus potentially getting squeezed out to be wrong.
To add to that, this is ADR high on NQ or RTH, and it's our gap fill. So it's a risk off, but you're not looking to open a long here, right? So it's just like we've got a really nice, I would say, double distribution here right now on our from our profile from yesterday and here. Do you see like the two nodes on the visible range chart I have on screen? Right, we've like a node that's built out from yesterday's range and then this one. So like, let's wait for the breach of that 800 before we consider looking for shorts again. You know what I mean? Previous day value low. And then it's like, oh, okay. Because like right now you're just kind of bouncing in this range. And I don't want to take longs until we've recovered and at least shown interest above this block.
Now, saying the US
But I don't want to get chopped up here.
Investigation into China state-aligned entities.
So again, it's like it's a risk off for your longs from these lows, but I'm not really like looking for an active short as of yet because we haven't seen anything yet that, like, yes, this is where you should start looking for a potential short, but it's you don't enter here because uptrend's still intact, our halfway back's still intact, all of our trailing trend indicators are still intact. So you it's a little preemptive, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But it's definitely where you want to be closing your longs, understanding that this is where people are going to be taking profit. Hold a runner if you're in from much lower. And then we just look for pullbacks. Because it's an uptrend rather than a short. I think if we lose like the 30-40 edge and that flips offer again, then it's going to be just a rotation back down to like 800. And that could be a potential like scalp short. But you've got like very clear buying into that 790, 800. And we have sell side getting absorbed so far into 840. So just this 840 to 870 right now is a really small range that we're trading in on NQ. To something that like you could do for this is you could change your bias from sort of like a higher time frame short and just being like, oh, okay, we put in our lower high, right? And then looking for targeting into this 30. And like this can be what you're looking for. But this is just a balance trade, right? Where you're looking at this 60 with 70 being your invalidation. And you're just looking for this maneuver, right? That's like a very easy thing to play for a balance trade, where you're looking for that lower high and then a rotation down to our low of balance. What happens like if, say, our 30 to 40 goes offer, right? That's our secondary move then for sellers. Until then, though, it's just where we are expecting our bid to be. Right, so like secondary short is going to be here then, where our 30 to 40 goes offer. We're watching for that to be resistance, and we're playing down to our next level where our bid was, or where our value shift occurred at this 90. And that results in a secondary move. You see how like here though, because our range is so tight, that your risk to reward is like, it's 1 to 2. So it's not great, but it has a bit more actionability than when you first asked if this was a good short, because we were still just chopping. With this one, we put in a higher low, but then we looked back into our balance and then rotated back down to the low. So that gives you a bit more validity in what you're talking about, because now you have that lower high and that offer stepping down. So what we want to see here for short continuation, Sparrow, is we've trapped this buyer here into our highs, right? We talked about this play yesterday quite a bit, where we have a known balance. We chop in. We see someone look above. We see the failure and the look back below. So what are we looking for now here at our low? We're looking for them to either aggressively hold below it, or we're going to be watching for that lower high, right, where the offer steps down again and then pushes price down for that continuation, right? A failure of our balance low. That leads to our continuation with this guy trapped and then sellers pushing price, right? Okay, just want to make sure we're on the same page. So for me personally, what I'm watching for here is there going to be a shift from buyers to sellers? We need to get below 30 for this to have validity for a secondary leg down. I'm going to be watching for the bid to step in here and for a lower high to form and our balance, this high to hold. So we will watch for sellers to continue to hold this downtrend, right? And we'll look for them to try to aggressively offer, and then our secondary move will be below that 30 for another short if it's going to play.
Just seen Tesla shares rising about 4%.
Well, your LVN is dictated by your profile structure, not a 30-second push up.
Do we see what I mean now? How we can predict and look for these exact same things? Like, we didn't change pathing at all. And it gives you a much better opportunity. So you can even risk off your first part if you played this lower high looking for it. And now we're looking for a secondary seller to step in to aggressively hold this low for that next leg down if it's going to happen. We're looking for sellers to start to absorb buyers into 50. And then again, we need to see offer lower below 30 for secondary leg down. If this 30 continues to hold bid, we have upside potential still. Just 3-bar, right? It's an ugly 3-bar with our wick at the highs, but we're holding our low, which is super important. Watching for that absorption into 50. If bid gets excited over 60, then I think that they will probably win this out. Still waiting. No, the reclaim of 40 was a viable long for rotation up. 30 to 40 is where we played bid last. Just for our rotation up into 70. 30 points. But 70 is offer still, right? You're just trading in a balance. You gotta look below balance and a fail, and then a reclaim, right? Yeah. Again, remember, sell side needs to be at that 30 to 40 for secondary leg down, or a bid just steps back in and then we rotate balance to the high again and do the same thing again, over and over and over. Sellers taking in on into 60. So essentially we need a lift above 70 and then a secondary bid on that LVN from 60-70 after we break through. Yeah. Yeah. And then we can trade to like, I don't know, 900. Like 890, 900?
Minutes away from the top of the hour, we get the Baker Hughes total rig count prior 592 and oil rig count prior 487.
These are the two different areas that I look for when we're in a known balance.
Items from the top of the hour give Baker's oil recount, total recount. Prior for the total recount 592 and oil recount prior 487.
Right. You have a short attempt at the look into 70, and then the offer then holding 60 for rotations back down to 30 to 40. You have a secondary short that you can take on the look below 30, and then the reoffer into 30 to 40 for the rotation below. You have a bid trade, right? A bullish trade on the recovery of our 40s for rotations up to 70. And then on the look over 70s and a convincing hold on our footprint, right? We then have a secondary breakout trade where we hold our 60 to 70 and we look for a bid on this look above for this rotation up into our 900. These are like the four trades that I look for in areas like this. I don't touch anything in here. I'm looking for edge plays, either the recovery of our edge or the reversal off of our edge.
As the ES approaches here, this 5710 is a pretty important inflection kind of area. For me, your ETH high is 23.25. Was respected yesterday as well. Continuation, but we're approaching pretty big inflection point here. And then 40, but we'll deal with that if we get to deal with that.
This is our news high on ES 711.
Shortly expecting the total recount data. Fed said its operating loss fell to $77.6 billion in 2024 from $114.3 billion. Interest paid on reserves totaled $186.5 billion last year. Total rig count 593 for the total rig count. Oil rig count 486.
Watching for a active bid to try to be here. This is a retest of our POC. We're looking for this 55 to 70 area to just hold us supportive, or we're going to flip bearish again. For the short term for a balance retrace. Seeing if we can find anything here. As long as we're holding, as long as 55 doesn't flip, things are okay, this 55.60. But if it does flip, then rotations down seem pretty likely, trapping these guys up here into our highs. Just looking for an active bid to continue to step in here. Again, we want to see a strong bid from 55s and then a recovery of 70s for any actionable long, or it'll be an offer that steps below and then rejects this for a rotation back down. Watching our offer into 70 from our hold to 55s. See if bid can step up. Looking into 70 now. Yeah, that's okay. It's a little stagnant. Watching Russell, see if it double tops here or not. If we push below 60s, this gets rough for buyers. 60 and reoffer is going to be pretty bad. We want to see a continued hold above 60 to 70. Or bid. Just continued absorption of sellers there. If they aggressively lower it and then reoffer, then it's a rotation through with a shitload of trapped buyers up here. Russell held that double top. The highs, ES put in a lower high, NQ put in a lower high. Watching our reaction into 60-70, see if offer can hold it on retest. The bid is still present there into that 55, but if we put in another lower high, that's when you get really worried. Going to delete some of this and move it over. Actually, I'm just going to delete it all. Now that this is played. $30 till noon 15s. Offer holding that 60-70 for the rotation down.
Surely expecting Fed reverse repreparation.
This should be your first risk off if you are playing off that reoffer and that failure from bid. We push down into 40. If we can look below that 30 to 40 and then do the same thing that we just did at 60-70, then we can get a secondary leg, but this is just bottom of balance. The secondary PT, just into our 30. Again, we want to see a look below and then the ability to hold 30-40 for a secondary move. Or again, this is just bottom of balance.
$42 counterparties take $850 billion at the Fed reverse reappropriation. So again, the 42 counterparties take $850 billion at the Fed reverse reappropriation.
Yes, almost back down to this 90.
Agricultural Secretary Rollins says retail egg prices are going down. So they currently speak on Fox News.
Look for a bid to be at 40 on this look above. For rotations back up off of another failure at the low.
Coinbase said to be in advanced discussions to buy crypto exchange Deribit. Rollins says farmers understand tariffs have short-term uncertainty.
Russell leading us here. Retesting lows. Watching for a little relief here into 10s and then the reoffer into 30 to 40. Russell leading down. $30 till new 15s. Decent reaction off 10s. Just watching to see if sell side aggressively holds or if we flip it again. Thinking Russell will lead again. New 15s opening now.
2.5 hours. There's your 90 on ES. That'll be our next edge. And towards 85, 87.
Bid at 810 and now 35s, seeing if we can flip this for rotations back up or not. This is POC of previous candle here on NQ. Again, Russell just leading. Watching to see if we lose momentum here, or if a secondary bid steps in. This has to be your first target into 60s. If we can flip back over 60-70 from this original flip, then there might be more here. But this is right back to where we were for this flip, right? So let's see if the offer sits here or if we can look above and then position around this. As long as Russell has momentum, should be all right. Yes, back into our top from our 89, which was yesterday's 30-second opening range mid. Now trading into this pivot here at 702. We can flip 702, probably another 6 points. If 702 holds with Russell losing momentum, then this is all you get for short term. Looking into POC, previous candle, bid really attempting to step over the 60 to 70. I'd love to see a retest of it and hold if we're going to continue higher.
I think a higher high off this is going to be pretty imperative. We're going to stay bullish into the afternoon.
$40 seconds till new 15s. I have one contract left here looking for a rebid of 60 to 70. Dip into 55 is about as low as I'd want to see us go. Is there a way to like turn off? Oh yeah, okay, that's cool.
Turn off what?
Wait, why is it only working for that time frame? I'm trying to turn off price labels for a line.
The UK
Oh,
government
okay, there we
plans
go.
to reduce or even abolish its digital service tax before April 2nd.
Because I want to be aware of where it is, but I don't want it to be like a... I just have like the...
lines.
Yeah, I've got a like the news candle high and lows labeled, but I don't want it to be on like the price axis. I figured it out. This is Russell back into our news candle high, mid and our previous resistance. We'll see if we lose momentum here again or if we can actually push higher. We really need to see it push higher. Same thing on ES, news high into 711. If we lose momentum here, then that's all we get. Really want to see pop for new highs. Most liquidity on NQ is sitting at 900. I'm flat in the 900. I'll look to get back in if we can show interest over 900, 910. That's Russell just lost momentum. ES lost momentum into our 11s and our 900 910 holding on NQ. Again, I'm fully risked off into that and just waiting to see if we can build here for any continuation. It's getting a bit heavy here at 70s. Watching to see which way it flips. I just put this into Discord, but I'll go over it as well here. So just playing off of the same levels that I've been talking about over and over again. Our 30-40, our 60-70, and then our low here into our target at this 805, 815 area. This was our flip where we saw sell side absorption flip bullish, and this was our breakout, right, where we looked for that original bid for this rotation up off of this. So it makes sense that there's liquidity here. I tried to take a cheeky short and got stopped out and then immediately flipped long on the rebid on 15. Took off profit into 30 for first contracts, saw that we didn't see a lot of weakness, took off a little bit more profit into 40s, and then just played the rotation up once we saw Russell leading momentum. I stopped out here, break even. I probably should have just left it up at like 70, but it felt a little like a lot for no reason. So stopped out, didn't play this move down, and then just rotated up into our 900. So just same levels. I just want to show you when I'm speaking on these things, like I'm trading the levels that I'm talking about. "45 seconds until new 15s. I'll be right back. 15 seconds till new 15s. Offer sitting at like 75, 75, 80. Bid sitting down at 35. It's the only two areas that I care about. Be right back.
Here is your turn of hour.
Man, I'm doing another period of fasts, and yesterday it was brutal. First day in like maybe 2 months that I've done a fast, other than just like my one meal a day thing that I do. But like, could not fall asleep last night because of it. Oh, it sucked.
My sleepiness still been messed up. I don't understand it.
How before you go to bed, how soon after are you going to bed from like screens?
Like an hour.
Mm. Seems manageable, so it's probably not that.
Yeah, it's just my brain.
Yeah,
Brain.
I get that. The only way that I can fall asleep these days is that I have to turn on an Audible book and I have to restart the same chapter so that I already know the information. And then I just set a 30-minute timer and I just keep listening to that same like 2 chapter segment over and over again. So that I'm bored enough, but there's enough background noise where I'm like uninterested, but it's still taking up space.
Mm-hmm.
It's the only way I can drown out thoughts. Because I put on a show, then it's like, oh no, this is kind of interesting, and now I'm awake.
Yeah.
Or I put on an Audible book, and it's a new chapter, and I'm like, oh. Yeah, man, I gotta. I don't know how fast my brain is like operating when I'm trying to fall asleep.
Yep.
I mean, it's the same thing, right? I'll usually like if my go-to if my Audible isn't working is I go to a slowed down version of Sherlock Holmes being read. That's my go-to. My if nothing else is working, I start a slowed down half speed Sherlock Holmes reading. Works like a charm. It just blows my mind. Like yesterday, I was up till like 7 in the morning coding, and then I woke up at 10, so I got 3.5 hours of sleep basically, and then I couldn't fall asleep. I tried to go to bed at 10 o'clock yesterday, and I was in bed just doing nothing for 4 hours. Like, I'm absolutely exhausted, and I still can't sleep. Like, what are we doing here? Wait, let me actually look up the exact times. Yeah, I've read Elantris. You think it's that boring? I thought Elantris was good. I don't know why people don't like it. Yeah. Okay, so it's not as bad as I thought. I fell asleep at 2 a.m. and I slept till 10. So that's I at least caught up. I got 8 hours of sleep last night. But like I thought I was gonna pass out at 10 when I went into bed. This chart is wild. I'm like actually just torturing myself. Yeah, I'll check this out. So it's like 3 hours of sleep, and then I get 8 hours, and then it's another 3 hours of sleep, and then this cycle of where I get like I catch up and then I die.
Yep.
Yeah, I know it's super pissed at me. Are you exercising? I haven't been able to do much this week. I just walked the dog for like 2 miles. I've been very busy. Very, very, very busy. – 15 hours of sleep? Yeah, dude, that's maybe you do need it. What's the longest that you can even sleep? Like what if you were sick? Like could you actually sleep 15 hours? Yeah. Like when I had COVID, I just slept 20 hours a day. Jesus. Yeah. Yeah. This 60-70 is really attempting to flip. I don't know. They're still willing to take in at this this 50. I need to see like sell side step down at least one more time. I feel like any pop over 70 now is just upside. Like this guy who's taken in like we have this secondary buyer from the absorption that happened into 50. We now have a guy trying at 60s. If they can hold this and pop it over 70, it might be another rotation into 900. If this fails here for a lower high and 60s goes off sides, we're going to be looking for an aggressive reoffer below 50s for a rotation down. I think that's the move. Let me see. Right, because right now we're battling with this. This is just a retest into that POC and we're absorbing in. But if we can pop over, this is a retest of this POC here. So we're watching to see if this offer is going to continue to hold, or if this bid here is going to be able to pop it. So I'd want to see like a very clear look over, or this is most likely just going to hit resistance here again. And then we look for an aggressor to really hammer this on the look below. And I think we're just following RTY, which means that if that's true, we probably have one more leg down if we're playing off of this oscillation that it's doing. So we'll just watch to see from these highs if this continues to hold true, something like that. We can see that seller on footprint trying now to push price down. And buyer failing at that 60. Testing into our 50 now. Again, we need to see like an aggressive sell below. New 15 opening. Yeah, I'm thinking it is. That's why it's like I want to be aggressive over that 75-80. Or like that absorption into 50s is just going to trap. So I need to see like seller step down, and then like on the delta profile, we'll see like the same thing that just happened into this high, actually, where we have an identified aggressive like selling delta. We have a bid that tries to step in, but then it's just an absorption, right? We're unable to go higher and hold, and then we see sellers like aggressively push down. I want to see that below 50, the same thing. So I'm thinking, here, let me actually redo this. Shit. I'm thinking that the bid is here at 50. We need to come down, retest this buyer who's at 35, and then we'll see bid get absorbed here, seller then aggressively pop down. That's what I want to see for a seller. If bid is serious, then we'll look back up, right? Like this will hold, and then we're going to look for the 75-80 to go supportive, and that's where I'll look to play. down move is more probable. Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't know. It feels pretty 50-50 to me right now. If we can get over 80s, then upside feels pretty probable to me. If we get below that 50 and start to show that sorry, if we get below that 30, then downside seems pretty probable. Just looks like balance, but got like two-sided trading. Two areas where we're seeing areas being defended, so unsure, which means that I'm not positioned. We can see the participants, but I don't know who's going to win. And I don't want to scalp a 20-point range right now. No real interest trading inside of a doji candle on the 15. Right? This is our doji that I'm talking about. Very two-sided. So as long as this is an inside bar, it's pretty not worth opening a new position. Keep getting a warning on Tradeovate to roll my contract forward for ES, but all my ES charts are on M. I don't know where that's coming from.
Is there like a tape or something?
Not on screen.
Hmm.
I don't know. Yeah, it's one I don't know where it's hiding. It's none of my tabs. Yeah, I do, but I don't have it's RTYM, ESM, NQM, MNQM. My only DOM.
Range.
Yeah, it's really weird. Offer still holding at 70, no change. Watching Russell to see if we can hold this higher low.
That's crazy.
Why though? The U contract. I do not have that. I wish you could just click, like when the warning pops up on your DOM, that you could just click it. So buyers absorbed again into 65s, rotating below our 50. This is a good area to risk off at least half if you are shorting that 70-80. I think we have one more leg down into like 35s and then retest this 50 if this is going to follow through. We shall see. But yeah, 30-40 is your bottom of balance off of rejecting the top of balance. I am not positioned. See if this liquidity is here as we push down into this 30-40. This is where I'd expect a bit of relief. This is where that buyer was last, that 35. Looks like we got a little bit of a pop. Watching to see if we can now hold our offer at 50 and then rotate below 30s for a continuation, or if this guy is just strong enough to pop us back up. This is this move that I was just referring to. Just moving it over. Freeze. We gotta get below 30. Here, I'm gonna put this right next, so you can see our two pivots. This is that 35. This is that 75, 80 area, right? And then we're seeing these guys at 65, 70 getting taken in. So we're watching to see if we can breach this guy. And we have this guy at 50s, right? So I'm looking for, ideally, from this, which is what we just saw, we now see a seller step in here and then try to really slam this thing down. Because if they don't, there's only one thing that I'm really looking for, which is this pop, and then an excited bid over, and then another excited bid over this. A rotation up after this guy holding. Right, this is just balance between these two players. I need to see someone get caught in an edge or really load the boat and be offsides in the mid. And then from that player who's offside in the mid, we need to then see them load the boat at the edge, right? Then that becomes our catalyst. But until then, you just gotta sit on hands and wait. Unless you're comfortable scalping the balance. $30 seconds until new 15s. New 15s.
NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at $2.19. Diesel April futures $2.24. WTI crude May futures settling at $68.28 a barrel, which is up 21 cents or 0.31%. And natural gas April futures settle at $3.98.
Full rotation from 35 back up to our 60-70. See if bid can step up or if we're just going to continue to maintain in balance. Russell flat. Full rotation up into our high here off of our hold of our 35 bid. Rotation and then push for a hold of 50s. This should be your secondary risk off. We are now watching very carefully to see if from this point we can get that look above and hold. Super important. This is a pivotal area for us to either flip out and trap or to project and then rotate back through. I'd personally like to see the upside. It's probably going to be dependent if Russell rejects here again at our highs. That's going to be my guess. So keeping an eye very closely on if Russell loses momentum here again into the top of range.
Think is famous? Easy.
You see where it says Sig Charts Feutes? Yeah, super famous. 48 downloads. Hell yeah. Micro celebrity, baby. We need to see a bit more from bids here. Russell starting to lose a little momentum into our high. The 70 hold was nice, but we are just not showing enough incentive as of yet into our 80. So it has to be your first risk off if you are playing off of that hold of our 70. We might need to retest this liquidity here below with this failure on Russell and then look for a higher low to be put in and then a break of our highs. I'm unsure as of yet. Just keep it in mind. RTY needs to break out of this oscillation for us to like actually get a pop. I really do believe that. Retesting our 75 now. See if we can flip it. Yeah, I agree with you. It's just if there's no follow through anywhere else, it's gonna be so tough. New 15s, 2 seconds.
Brent crude futures settle at $72.16 a barrel, up 16 cents or 0.22%.
If we flip this liquidity from these guys who just attempted here, and we pop below it, these guys will be trapped up in the highs. Keep that in mind with our Russell failing to breach. So we need to see some serious bids defend this, or the flip is likely. Just lack of follow through. Watch your reoffer into 60 to 70. Remember the bid at 50. it's really important that with that failure at our highs, we now see sell side show initiative here. Failure to show initiative off of this push down isn't going to be great for sells either, right? Because then you're gonna have traps on both sides. We really want to see this follow through here. If these guys fail to hold, right, that's not indicative of an actual move occurring. That's sweet. That's your album cover? That's awesome. When does it come out? Took off my first risk into 50s. Again, just be aware of that 50 level. Need to see that full rotation down off that failure at 70s. Moving my stop now to 70 instead of 75 for my remaining contracts. Hell yeah. What's the genre, Ty? Is it lo-fi still? Nice. That sounds awesome.
Nice, kids. Egg.
What's my dog doing? Holy shit. You know, check on her.
Not as much lately. I'm kind of lazy.
Slowly moving her bed across the room.
It's testing ring. Not really. That's not really a thing. Mm-hmm. Nice.
Can we get out of here? Like, there's no bullish move until we show interest over 80s. It's just this 70 to 80 continues to hold offer, and this bid at 50 continues to just absorb. We need to see sell side, like, absolutely push through this shit. And ideally with, like, a Russell follow through. We just continue to bounce here, like, it is what it is. You think they hold it? I don't know. There's so much. Someone gets punished. Surely. I mean, I don't need like a breakdown, but at least like a retest of our balance lows at like 800, you know? Like your reversion target is what, 780? If we're not showing any interest above, I don't know, makes sense to go there, but there's just like a lack of interest at both edges. So maybe we do sit here. Who knows? Not me.
Nice, Darian. True.
Hold of our balance low, 30 to 40, rotation back up. Super exciting.
US's Rubio says US designates of the former president of Argentina and Miguel Davido and former ministers of planning of Argentina for their corruption involvement. So again, designating these individuals for their corruption involvement.
RTY almost full oscillation here. We'll watch to see how we interact into our low. Same thing with ES into our like 89.90 area. Watching to see if we find a bid here again. Did not get the follow through on Russell into top of range and have now done the full oscillation down. Let's see if we find a bid again or if they can actually break us out of this range. I fully believe that if Russell fails this range, that we actually get a move. If Russell continues to maintain this, then we're still just trapped here. Your first risk off should be here in the 50s if you're playing off of that 30 to 40. You got to get back over this 50 to 60 for rotations back up. You should expect this as like your mid pivot. Russell was able to hold our low, watching to see our reaction here, if we're going to get another lower high or not. Bit disappointed holding short at top on a yes. Yeah, I mean, honestly, we're gonna destroy all options and then we'll get the move afterwards would be my guess. I'm never a big fan of holding at the highs like this in this chop. Just feels like people are gonna get really punished into close.
He said amputation. For those who are bored and wait for a move, this is he's bottom above range lows. Should be very telling what we're gonna do for the next 20-30.
Watch your 10 to 15 for a bid on NQ. If you are shorting off of 3040, then this is your target. Got to look below for anything more, and ideally with Russell breaking out of oscillation, or it's just going to pop here again. I'd really like to see ES come down to like 84. And then we figure out what we're doing. I don't want us to hold this low again. That'd be annoying. RTY leading here. Testing our news low now. At our 15 on NQ. The last time we were here is where I took that long that I put into chat, which is this look below and then bid from this area. That's the only reason why I'm watching it. See if this guy is still responsive. $15 bid sustained. Watch your 30 offer. Should see some risk off in there. We flip back over 40s, potentially rotation back up. Russell held our low. 30 seconds until new 15s. Ugh. Gross, gross, gross. New 15s. You need to see a very clear bid back over 40. That is where our POC from previous candle is sitting. We are currently opening below POC of the previous candle. We are trying to recover this 30 to 40, but I want to see something actionable, or a sell side's just going to sit here. Watching Russell. This 35 guy's back, but I'm not seeing him being able to push. Yeah, he just got wrecked. Russell high or low? Retesting our 35. Yeah. You're looking for bids to continue to absorb into 25 to 35. If we step below 25s, expect acceleration down. That's my current take. Testing into it now. Bid's still there. Russell retesting low, holding so far, looking for a lower high. I want to see sell side take advantage of this. This is fucked.
Gold quad witching.
Retesting this guy at 35s. I mean, neither side has any follow through. I don't really know what to say on that. Kind of blowing my mind.
Delta bomb.
Let me teach you about options. $20 seconds, 2015s.
I can't believe Ty just asked how to put a spread on.
Yep.
That's true. When you traded options, you never sold them. You would let them expire. The deepest.
Which one of you degens is slapping the bid at 35?
Rory. True. by not trading their entire position size in one trade. That's why we sit for 10 minutes sometimes and trade thousands and thousands of lots, because they need the liquidity to do that. There's no hiding. It's just they use different techniques than you do because they need liquidity. They'll also trade two sides to give themselves liquidity. Sure. But someone needs to offer that liquidity. That's also really strategy dependent. Well, their strategy is just be in the market. They're obligated to hold a percent portfolio of percent names. So that's what they have to do. Their obligation is not to make money, it's to execute.
I was talking to my girlfriend's brother a few weeks ago, and he said that they don't care about price or average price and will market in with a team of 15 people throughout the day. Why do you think they're doing it throughout the day? And how is that not an average price? Why aren't they just doing it in one lot? Because they care about average price. What do you mean? Surely.
Once again, Ty, that's like what I literally just explained to you.
They're just T-wopping in. Riveting market between this 35 and 50.
Traders go short dollar for the first time since before Trump's win.
Back to our 50, off another bounce for 35. Russell still maintaining our oscillation low, preventing any downside moves. This should be your first risk off as we push in. If you are playing off of this 25-35 buyer that we identified, that's on chart. Again, Russell still has been unable to break the lows. So this is really all you get. Just more balance.
Speculative traders turned bearish dollar as of March 18th, again according to CFTC.
Pretty large sell. Just put at 40. See what they do with it. Russell retesting lows.
So speculative traders in the $7.5 trillion a day currency market turned bearish on the dollar for the first time since Trump won the presidential election last year. Hedge funds, asset managers, and other traders have amassed $932 million worth of bets that the dollar will weaken, according to CFTC, for the week ended March 18th. So this is a sharp reversal from mid-January when the traders held $34 billion worth of wagers on a stronger dollar. It's also the latest indication that Trump's policies and questions about the US economy are denting rather than boosting the outlook for the world's reserve currency. So Deutsche Bank strategist in a March 19th note said that the support previously expected for the dollar on the back of Trump's trade policy vow is already fading. Strategist at Credit Agricole said that meanwhile they cut their forecast, saying they underestimated the extent to which the prospects for a US-led global trade war, together with public sector layoffs and immigration restrictions, would hurt US growth and spark negative sentiment on the dollar. Also from Jeffrey's analyst, they said that there was way too much hype in the long dollar trade related to Trump at the start of this year.
Another rotation from our 35 bid back to our 50 to 60 offer. This is the slowest grind up, though. Kind of crazy, but they are doing it.
Weekend ruined? Yikes.
I mean, the trading was fine earlier. It's just this last rotation's been pretty snoozer. I was replying more so to Surf. This is incredibly slow, but our hold of our low to our 30-second opening range was fine, and then our rotation over this flip of absorption was good from 790 805. It's just been this upper rotation into our news high that's been really awful. As soon as Sparrow started to want to short, that's when the market went sideways. So I'm blaming him.
Ten seconds.
Let's see even if MOC volatility can do anything for us. Okay.
Market on close imbalance. S&P 500 buy side 4.4 million. Excuse me, 4.4 billion, and Nasdaq 100 buy side 2.1 billion. Dow 30 buy side 1 billion. Mag 7 buy side 1.3 billion.
Huge. See if they can hold this 80. Come on, 70, 80. Are they going to flip it? You saw an influencer in the wild? I don't know how they do it, man. He could be. Hmm. Yeah, I think that makes sense. You watch for Russell to find a low, and then you get a secondary leg potentially on your bid. Just watch 900, 910 here. Yeah, I don't get it either, Kamal. You think that tape bomb comes in? What was it? 54.30? Right at the top of
40.
our range?
40.
54.40. Got it.
But direction uncertain.
So far, it's just been a sell right after.
That's what I said yesterday, and I got yelled at.
There's like a little pop
They're telling me
beforehand,
it's
and
a
then
long.
they destroy it. Oh, I wasn't here for the one yesterday. Was it a long yesterday?
No, it was I was like, it went up. It's a fade. What is that? And I was like, Tuesday was a short, and Surf was, well, I said yesterday, and then I got yelled at, like, oh, you weren't here yesterday. It's long.
There's your secondary move with Russell holding that low, right? Pushing into our 10s. If 900s can hold here, I think you go to 30 into the last 5 minutes. We shall see. There it is. You fade with the move. So buyer identified at 8:15. Then secondary, we saw them step in at that 25 to 35. Seller shifted focus from our 50 to 60. We then saw bid step up, and then we got rotation full. The biggest rule for today was as long as Russell's respecting this oscillation, there's no downside potential. That's the takeaway for today. Jesus.
Honestly, would like to see ES trade 25s here, but that seems a little redonk.
I mean, unless they like sweep this shit, it just looks like we're going back to 910. If we get over 50s, then I could see like a much larger move into close to squeeze, but I need to see it first, or retesting 10s makes sense to me. Testing into 50 now. Out 1 into 70. Still getting a bit more aggressive here. I don't see anything till 40. Bid trying. Sell side steps below 35 and this rotates to 10s, I think. Keeping an eye on it. This is POC of last candle, so it's a good area to see if this bid will hold or not. That's closed though. Rotation from 70 to 40 happened. Just watch your 30 to 40 here, see if bid can maintain or if it flips. If it flips, then again, you're just going back down into this. Watch for offer back into 63 if you are playing off of 40s. This should be your first risk off here. Retesting highs. I flattened into that high. Good enough for me. Alright, well at least there's a little something at the end. Mario's silent 90% of the time. What do you mean?
Trading is good. I think he was being sarcastic.
Full rotation on Russell back up to our highs. You think Mario was in there? I didn't hear a vape, so it must have been me.
Alright, guys, well, what an afternoon. What a quad-witching afternoon. It was a really good week, just like yesterday and today. Surprised that like the trading was better leading up to FOMC than post FOMC in the afternoon at least. I guess this morning was kind of whatever. There's just like that pre-lunch move that was really nice. But I will see you guys next week. Enjoy your weekend. Goodbye.
Peace.